Josh, you guys are all set up for the PowerPoint and everything? And okay. If you ladies want to come up here already, please. Yes, ma'am. One more chair. You want to grab one chair right there, maybe? Savannah, if you want to.
I was going to ask Pat to grab me orange juice.
Oh, okay. Pat, could you get her an orange juice, please?
We tried to stop that.
Can you get Cora orange juice, please?
Thank you.
Darn, where's my lipstick?
I'm not looking. Well, you start saying, you could look, just hands off.
She likes to dance.
I know she likes. She's always trying to get me to do it.
Okay, Josh's, are you guys ready? Okay, are we live now? All right. Good morning, everybody. We're on day 2 of the Denakkanaaga Elders and Youth Conference. It is a sign of the times because of COVID. You'll notice that we don't have any youth here but one, and that's our youth representative on our board, Natalie Newman from Rampart. TCC usually handles all the youth delegates for this conference, and we usually have a good turnout every year, but this year they did not get one application. So it's kind of sad, but again, it's because of the times. And somebody also mentioned, gee, there's not a lot of people here in the hall for the conference. And the reason being is that we are restricted to having 40 to 50 people here because of COVID. You know, the pandemic is waning down, thank goodness. Everyone's getting vaccinated. But we still have to be careful. So that's the reason there's hardly anybody here. I think there's more than double the amount of people participating online via Zoom, or they're watching on YouTube or the Denakkanaaga website. So it's kind of a unique situation this year, but we're doing the best we can, and we do appreciate the folks that are here with us in person at the Tribal Hall. Today is our second day, like I mentioned, of the conference. We have some really good presentations for you. I know we've done this first presentation as a special event in, I think it was April, and we really got a good turnout. It's an important topic, especially during the pandemic. It's about guardianship, you know, information about guardianship for grandparents raising their grandchildren, and then also about wills, how to fill one out and get it filed with the state. So that will be our first presentation, our legal presentation this morning. And then we will also have a panel, a report to you on the cultural programming that we're doing at Denakkanaaga with the Morris Thompson Center and Tanana Chiefs Conference. And then later this morning, we will have Roxanne Frank doing a presentation about generational trauma, kind of recapping what we've talked about for the past several years and just getting us lined up for our afternoon session of the men and women's groups. I want to let everybody know that's watching on YouTube and on our website, because these discussion groups are so sensitive, a lot of people share very personal stories, and it can be very emotional. So we are having these groups on a separate link. You won't be able just to tune into the link that you joined us on YouTube for those. If you're a delegate or a participant and you want to listen and participate, the men's group will be here at the hall this afternoon, and the women will go to Denakkanaga's office and meet over there. For those online, To get that link information, you can call our IT folks at 907-456-1364 and ask for the option when it says Denakkanaaga Conference, and they'll get you the information on how to participate in those discussion groups this afternoon. As I mentioned earlier, in the past, we've only had these discussion groups for 1.5, 2 hours, and that wasn't enough time. That was one of the comments we heard a lot, is we need more time for people to really share their stories and discuss among themselves these issues. So we'll be having these discussion groups all afternoon from, I believe it's 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock, and then everybody will gather back here at the Tribal Hall at 4 o'clock. And you can come back and watch that on the main link on YouTube. I know it sounds confusing, but for those that are watching online, again, you can call our IT folks to get the link on how to participate in those discussion groups this afternoon, and their phone number is 907-456-1364, and that's TechWise Systems. And there are IT folks that we work with, and they're great, so they'll get you set up for that. Before we start, I also want to, I had a great conversation this morning before we started. We serve breakfast here at the hall for those people that are here in person. And while people were eating their breakfast, I had a great conversation with one of the Doyon board members, Betty Huntington. And Betty was talking about some of the comments she heard yesterday. And she said, you know, it might be good to really just talk about the Athabascan values, because this is really our foundation, not just for Denakkanaaga, but for all of our organizations and our people in our region. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to go through these values just quickly. Everyone got a poster in their bag that were here, and if you'd like some, we have a lot at the office. We can get you a copy too if you'd like to contact Denakkanaaga. But the Athabascan values is something that we really rely on and we go back to as we carry out our work. And those values are self-sufficiency, hard work, care and provision for the family, family relations, unity, humor. We heard yesterday about how, you know, humor goes a long way. Honesty, fairness, love for children, sharing, caring, village cooperation, responsibility to village, respect for elders and others, respect for knowledge, wisdom from the experiences, from life experiences, respect for the land, respect for nature. Practice, I need my glasses. I thought I could do it without my glasses, but practice of traditions, honoring our ancestors, and spirituality. So those are our Athabascan values for Interior Alaska. And Betty, thank you for reminding me that we should always keep this in mind when we do our work and hold conferences and gatherings like this one. So, and again, if you'd like a copy of this, we have some at the office and be happy to share them with you. So to start off our second day of the conference, it's my pleasure to welcome 2 young attorneys from the Alaska Legal Services to talk about guardianship for grandparents and also about wills for elders. Before they start and before I introduce them, I want to mention to folks, like I said, we did this presentation earlier for elders and the response was overwhelming. But unfortunately, the folks, the elders and their families called and asked for them directly at Alaska Legal Services, and you actually have to go through a process before you can talk to an attorney. So just keep that in mind. But each year we've been fortunate to have with us representatives from the Alaska Legal Services to present really important legal information during our conference to our participants. So this year, Rachel Delahanty is back, and she's a staff attorney with Alaska Legal Services. And this year, we have another attorney joining her, and her name is Savannah Fletcher, and she's the Alaska Legal Services native law attorney. So we're going to hand it over to them, and they'll present on guardianship and wills. And then if we have time, we can have some question and answer, but very general question and answers. They can't answer specific questions regarding specific cases, so please keep that in mind. So please welcome Rachel and Savannah.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you very much, Sharon. We're just going to adjust this mic a little bit since Savannah and I are a little taller.
And good morning, everyone. As Sharon said, I'm Savannah Fletcher.
And I am Rachel Delahanty, and this will be my 5th time, I think, presenting at Denakkanaaga, so I'm really happy to be back, and it's been such a pleasure over the last 5 years to be able to present various legal topics to everybody here. So we're just waiting for our slides to be put up, and then we'll get started.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, cool.
Perfect, they're up.
Okay, so the topic that we're going to cover today, grandparents raising their grandchildren, what they need to know about legal guardianship, and also we're going to do just a brief primer about wills at the end.
Mm-hmm. So first thing, I just want to lay out a bit of a roadmap for what we'll be discussing so you can follow along. We're going to introduce what Alaska Legal Services is, talk a bit more about the services we provide generally, but very briefly. And then we're going to discuss different ways that you can help take care of your grandchildren, for example, or other family members in your life, and those different structures. So the first would be a power of attorney agreement. Then we'll discuss minor guardianships, and we'll discuss how the Indian Child Welfare Act plays a role in all of this, what to do when OCS is involved with your family members, how adoption is sometimes an option, and then we'll also briefly discuss wills. So that's what you have to look forward to.
So as Sharon said, both Savannah and I are attorneys with Alaska Legal Services Corporation. We are a private nonprofit law firm that provides free legal assistance in civil legal matters to low-income Alaskans. You do have to fill out an application. That's the first step. So if you do call our office here in Fairbanks or any offices throughout the state, the first thing that you're going to be asked to do is fill out an application for services so that we can make sure that you're eligible to become a client of ours. We do have 12 offices throughout the state, and the best way right now to apply, because of COVID, we started a statewide toll-free intake line, and the number is on the screen there, but I will read it out as well. It is 888-478-2572. So that is if you want to see if you can become our client, you call that number and say, hey, I want to apply for legal services, and then that'll get you started. Just to give you a brief primer about what kinds of cases that we usually take at legal services, domestic violence, financial exploitation, divorces, custody, landlord-tenant cases. I draft wills. Savannah represents tribes in various child in need of aid cases. So we kind of do a wide range of things, but it's all related to civil legal matters, so we don't represent anybody who's facing any criminal charges. So that's a little bit about the organization that we work for. Okay, I'm going to start off with talking about powers of attorney over a minor. This is one way that a parent of a minor child can delegate their parental powers over that minor child to somebody else. This other person is also, in the legal terms, called the attorney in fact or the agent. It's just a fancy way of saying another decision maker other than the parent that's been appointed by the parent to make legal decisions for a minor. The parents or parent fill out the power of attorney, which states that they can delegate their powers to somebody else, and the parent can specify the exact powers they wish to delegate. For example, if a parent is out of town and leaves their grandson or leaves their child with you, and there was like a medical emergency, a parent could fill out a power of attorney, and they could give you, the grandparent, power to make decisions over your grandchildren's medical decisions. Both the parent and the chosen agent, so whoever the person is powers are being delegated to, have to sign the agreement. A power of attorney, or POA, as I normally call it, is usually temporary. It can be revoked at any time by either parent. So if only one parent created the power of attorney, it's still valid. But if the other parent comes and says, no, I don't agree with it, then it gets revoked. And typically, a power of attorney does not last for more than a year. So a power of attorney is more of a short-term way to delegate parental powers to somebody else.
And if I could just quickly chime in and actually ask you a question, Rachel. For power of attorney, I've seen folks that come to our office and they find something on Google and they print out a form. Do you think that's good enough for a power of attorney? Should they call us to get a written agreement? What's the best route for that?
So, it kind of depends. I mean, in my opinion, you shouldn't just use a form online that you find to be your legal document, because it might not conform with what the law requires in Alaska to be a power of attorney for a minor. So my advice would be to run it by an attorney before you sign the document, because it might not be legally accepted by like a hospital or a bank or some other organization that you're trying to get to recognize the power of attorney. Okay, so another way to have kind of legal rights over a grandchild is minor guardianship. There can be temporary guardianships that can last for short periods of time, or there can be full guardianships, which also are permanent guardianships. This is, again, another way of getting legal custody of grandchildren, and there are two ways, and I'm going to talk about how you would go about it if you were filing a case with the state court here in Fairbanks or any other court in Alaska. But you can go through tribal court, and Savannah's going to talk about that a little later. Okay, so temporary minor guardianship. Again, typically the parent or the parents of the child will file a petition with the state court, and this asks the court to grant temporary guardianship of minor children to somebody else. It could be a grandparent, it could be a family friend, but as long as the court deems that person to be responsible and that person is a safe person to watch over the children, then typically the court will agree with the parent's decision to appoint whoever they are telling the court that this is the person they want to make decisions for their children. Once the case is filed in state court, the first thing that will happen is a court visitor will be appointed to investigate. This could also be a guardian ad litem as well. This is just a person that is appointed by the court, and they basically do like a little investigation. They talk to the parents, they talk to the person who's being nominated to be the guardian of the minor children. If the children are older, 12 or 13, then they'll talk to the children to see if they're comfortable with who the person being appointed is. They might even talk to the children's school or any kind of family friends that are close with the children, just to kind of get a full picture of, what these children's lives are like and who is really the best person to be making decisions for them if it is not their parents. Temporary guardianship does not terminate the parent's rights. It does allow the grandparent, if they are appointed as the guardian, to act as the child's legal guardian for as long as the appointment is intact. Anything to add?
And I'm just wondering, could you illustrate why someone might want this over a power of attorney? Like, how is it more secure as an option to pursue?
I think the next slide will help you.
Perfect.
So reasons why you would do a temporary guardianship. An example that I have seen in my legal practice is when one or both parents are doing inpatient, like a rehabilitation treatment center. And they have to go to the treatment center, they have to live there, or if a parent unfortunately is incarcerated, they can't take care of their children. And so a temporary guardian needs to be appointed in order for someone to make legal decisions for these children and make sure that they're taken care of. So a guardianship gives you more powers than a power of attorney would give you, because it is a court order, it is overseen by a judge, and so it just has more legal backing to it. Not saying that the power of attorney isn't a legal document, it does carry power, but when you're talking about enrolling children in school, enrolling children in Medicare or Medicaid benefits, stuff like food stamps, having a guardianship order of guardianship from the court will be a much stronger declaration saying, you know, like this is, I was appointed by the court in order to make decisions for my grandchildren.
And the one thing I'd add to that is also just thinking sometimes parents might be in an unstable place, or maybe the mom or dad disagree on something. And like we said before, if you just have a power of attorney where, say, your daughter gave you permission to take care of her grandkids, but then the father comes, he could take those kids away because he has parental rights too. The guardianship gives more protections, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, you have to go to court and get the judge's approval to undo it. So it can't just be that a parent who's upset with you comes and takes the kids back.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely correct. Yeah. So I want to talk a little bit about what a guardian would have the power to make legal decisions for the children on different matters such as housing, education, financial. So applying for a child's PFD every year, that's a financial power. And again, making medical decisions. And this is true whether the guardian is appointed as just for a temporary, short amount of time, or if they're a permanent appointed guardian. But again, with the temporary guardianship, your authority only lasts for as long as the guardianship is ordered. And there are reporting requirements. If you go through the state court route, guardians have to fill out annual reports on basically how they're meeting the needs of the children that they're appointed to make decisions for, and how they're spending their money, and there are various reports. And there is a really good organization that we'll talk about later on called ASAGA that actually helps people fill out these reports, understand what being a guardian really means. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about full guardianship or permanent guardianship. So if a permanent guardianship can only be achieved if the parents of the children are either deceased, have passed away, or if the parents' rights have been terminated, usually in a court proceeding.
They don't have to be terminated. And I'll just add, they don't have to be terminated, but those are circumstances, and I see that in cases with OCS. Sometimes if you're the one raising your child's kids, your grandkids, and you don't want to see their parental rights terminated, you can do a guardianship instead, and that way they retain their parental rights, but it's understood that you would be that child's guardian until they're 18 years old. So that way they don't lose their parents as their parents, but you're the one with all the authority to take care of them. So that is an option too, without terminating rights.
This is why Savannah's here, because she deals with cases that I don't deal with, so it's great to have her point of view and give us full clarity on all the different various guardianships that we see. So again, with a full permanent guardianship, it's the same process as you would do for a temporary guardianship. You would need to fill out a petition and file it with the state court. Again, a court visitor or guardian ad litem is going to be appointed to do their investigation and talk with the family members and the children and kind of everybody that's involved in the case. There will be a hearing with the judge. Whoever is the petitioner, if that is you, the grandparent, or one of the other parents in the case who is petitioning the court to have a guardian appointed, they will be allowed to speak to the judge. The judge usually allows various witnesses to speak as well. A guardianship hearing is pretty informal. It's usually not very combative. in my experience. So everybody's just there to really help figure out who is going to be the person that's going to make decisions for the child and make sure that this child is taken care of and that their needs are met. And then again, at the end of the hearing, there'll be an order issued from the judge stating, this is the grandparent or this is the person that's being appointed by the judge in order to make decisions for the minor child. As I stated earlier, state guardianship, so if you go through the state court, they have annual reporting requirements. There are trainings available to guardians on how to do these reports correctly. And again, the association that I mentioned is ASAGA, which stands for Alaska State Association for Guardianship and Advocacy. I put their number up there as well. It's 907-444-4015. And because of COVID, they're asking that you just call and you leave a message and then someone will get back to you to make an appointment to talk to you. But they are a really fabulous organization and they do tons of free trainings online on how to fill out these annual reports. And I also put their website on there as well, asaga.info. The other thing that's on this slide is there's a link to the court website, the Alaska State Court website, that takes you directly to where the reports can be found. And when you first get appointed as a guardian, you have to do an implementation report. So that's basically an inventory of kind of, what money streams the children may have, whether that be their PFD or ANCSA dividends or if they get Social Security or something like that. And then you have to file that first to let the court know, like what school they go to and are they going to be continuing with that school or maybe transferring to a different school, various questions like that. And then once you do that first initial report, then just every year, once a year, you'll do the report pretty much the same way that you did it in the first place. All right, Savannah's going to talk now.
Yeah, swapping sides for better microphone access. I just want to speak in general how the Indian Child Welfare Act, what I call ICWA, I think a lot of folks may have been familiar with ICWA, how it interacts with both guardianships, adoptions, anytime you're taking care of your family members and someone's trying to potentially interfere with that. So first, just a brief background on what ICWA is. So it is a federal law, so every state has to follow it, including Alaska, that gives protections to Native American families to keep our families together. There's a long history, as I'm sure you're all familiar with, unfortunately, of Native children being taken away from their families, from their communities. And ICWA is one of our strongest protections we have to keep children with their families, with their tribes. And I'm here as a resource. I represent all of the TCC tribes in many of our cases with OCS. I help give guidance in tribal court hearings as well. And truly, I can also represent any TCC beneficiary. So please, like Rachel said, call our number for help if you have questions on anything. And even if it's a case I can't help with, I can point you in the right direction for resources on how ICWA does give you rights. And just a brief kind of background on when does ICWA apply. So whenever a parent of a child is enrolled with a tribe, is a member of a tribe, then that's kind of like the first requirement. So one thing I'd like to flag for folks, sometimes your children may not be enrolled with their tribe, but then their children, your grandkids, get involved with OCS, for example. We really need to enroll the children or enroll their parents, just making sure that your grandchildren are eligible for membership, because otherwise we can't technically participate under ICWA. The other things to know, anytime, it's not just if OCS is involved, that ICWA might play a role. If someone's seeking guardianship of a child that isn't the family member, if someone that isn't the biological parent is trying to adopt that child, then ICWA applies. So these are times that we don't always have it be flagged, but say you know that your grandchild, your kids are giving them up for adoption to a non-native, a non-family member, and you want to speak against that or have a say in it, ICWA does apply, because that would be taking the child away from their parents, from their family. Let's see, any notes I'm missing on this point? I guess kind of the most important thing I want to flag, Like I said, I represent a lot of the TCC tribes, and that means we can play a big role too. In lots of OCS cases, ICWA gives the tribe the right to be another voice in that courtroom. So it's not just the parents and the caseworker and the guardian ad litem. The tribe can be there, and if you're not sure how to navigate the case, but you know there's something wrong, reach out to your tribal representative, reach out to your chief, push them to intervene in a case. Tell them, Savannah Fletcher's your free attorney. She'll do all the work. Let's just get involved, and let's have a role in the outcome of this case for this family. So please, I encourage you, nag your tribe if you know that there's an OCS case and you want their support and help. We're there to do that. And I want to just briefly talk about, Rachel laid out all the ways that you can approach getting a guardianship through state court, but I encourage you to also speak to your tribes about pursuing guardianship or adoption through tribal court. The TCC tribes are really developing robust court systems, and I think there are a lot of great opportunities to proceed in ways that are more in line with your cultures, your values. The values Sharon went over about Athabascan values, those are more uplifted in the tribal courts I work with than in the state courts. And I think a kind of technical thing that's also really important is the cost. You have to pay a few $100s to file in state court. Tribal court will not charge you. If you call and ask for your tribal court clerk or you ask your chief, there's often just a single-page petition. You write out what your issue is, you submit that to your tribal court. Those judges will consider it. I'm sure many here have been or are judges, so you're familiar with this process. And I just think it's a great alternative because it's our own communities deciding what's best for our community members. So please, I encourage you to consider that an option. When you do want to go with tribal court, we as lawyers aren't always as active in that space because I respect the tribal courts may not want us as outsiders speaking in there and advocating, but we can give you guidance. And if you're not sure where to begin or who to contact, we can tell you how to get in touch with your tribal court system and the options available to you. And I will just emphasize, like I said, each tribe does have its unique and distinct laws and codes. So I'm not an expert in every single tribal court system, but I will try to get you the resources so you can understand how to navigate it. The next thing I want to talk about is more specifically when the Office of Children's Services is involved, which I also call OCS. If they do get involved and take custody of kids in your life, whether they be your grandkids, whether you're an auntie or an uncle for them, they're your cousins, anytime that you want placement of them, you can make that request. And under ICWA, family members are a first priority request. Unfortunately, grandparents even have more protections under ICWA than other relatives do. The grandparents have a right to get notice of all court hearings, and you have a right to call in and speak at all of them. This is something that is not often told to you all, and I think people aren't given the resources to call into court. You call in, there's a lot of people on the line, a lot of voices. It can be intimidating and hard to know when and if you're allowed to speak up. Please reach out to me if you're unsure. Again, I think that's why it's so important to have the tribe intervene with you. So it's not just you there alone, but your whole tribe is behind you and helping you navigate the process. But I do want you to know you have that right to get notice of all court proceedings if you are a grandparent. Next things to think of, I think just understanding the OCS process. Sometimes, especially in villages, you hear the day that a caseworker's flying in. They're going to go to the school. Which family are they going to interview? And I think there can be confusion over the process. Just because a caseworker comes and speaks with a family, they may want to make a safety plan, and you might be, as a relative, on that safety plan. It doesn't mean a state court case is opened yet. It just means they're investigating and seeing if they need to open one. To open one, the family's going to have to receive a formal petition that OCS is trying to do that. If they haven't done that yet, the tribal court can open a case instead. And I think that's a great time where if you know OCS is investigating, talking to the family, say, hey, let's actually call our tribal court up and say, we need help. If you open up a case and work with us, we don't have to go through the state system. OCS does not need to be involved. And again, it's just our community taking care of our own. And I think that's a great option, especially because of a lot of the trauma and hardship that OCS can impose sometimes on families. Other things to know, whenever OCS does get involved, it can lead to parents' rights being terminated, and that can be the unfortunate outcome in too many of these cases. So it's serious, and I think it's really important to support the family members as soon as you can, and let's try to keep the family together. The last thing I want to flag, jumping a bit all over, but something that I think in OCS cases is often ignored. Say OCS comes and you've actually been the main caretaker for your grandkids, for example, or you're an auntie and the kids have been living with you. OCS needs to treat you with the same rights as the biological parent. If they left you in charge of taking care of the kids, under ICWA, you could qualify as an Indian custodian. So those are the magical words, Indian custodian. But if a child's in your care when OCS removes them, you would have rights equal to that of either biological parent, and you can get to participate in that case in the same way as a parent would. So I just want to emphasize that so people know to stand up for your rights, stand up for your ability to be involved in that child's life. And now, sorry, so much to share in so little time. The last thing I want to speak on is just adoption in addition to guardianship as an option. If it does come to the point, say in an OCS case where a parent's rights have been terminated, then that child will need to be adopted, ideally, have a permanent home, and you can be eligible to adopt your grandchild. And that's just, unlike a guardianship that requires annual reporting and whatnot, you would become the parent on the birth certificate. You would be that child's full parent, and just as you raised your own children without needing to report to the court each year, you would not have to report annually for adoption. And this also can be something that you do voluntarily. If your kids are not in a place to parent their children, they can voluntarily relinquish their rights and you can adopt that child. I will say there's sometimes, if you are going through it with OCS, OCS is going to do a background check, need to approve you. If you ever hit any hiccups with that, say you had a past criminal charge or you had a history with OCS yourself, you can seek a variance. You can push back on that. So remember, and that's, I think, a great time to reach out to Alaska Legal Services. If you're trying to become eligible to adopt your grandkids in a case with OCS and they say, you have a criminal history, we can't do it, there are ways to try and get around that. So please, I encourage you to call us and ask so we can help you navigate that system. And then lastly, thinking of tribal court as an alternative, you can do adoptions through tribal court. Tribal councils can even just do cultural adoptions. So if your tribe's tribal court is on a pause right now, there are other ways to achieve that if the council approves of it. And as I said, at least for the TCC tribes, I work with a lot of the tribal courts we have. And if people are unsure of how to navigate that process, encourage them to reach out to me. We have a really great supportive team at TCC2, Michelle Gady, Brittany Madros. They're here to help you navigate that process.
Thank you, Savannah, for all of your wonderful knowledge and wisdom. All right, I'm going to end the presentation talking about wills. I've done this this was actually part of the first presentation I ever did when I presented at Holy Cross at the first Denakkanaaga conference I ever attended. But unfortunately, we had to really drill it down. But we were told that you guys really wanted to hear just a brief overview of wills, so I will attempt to do that in 2 slides or less. Okay, so in order to draft a will, you must have capacity. Now, I'm talking about mental capacity, so you have to be able to articulate what property you own at the time that you draft the will and who you want to give that property to. And you have to also be 18 years or older. If you do have someone you've appointed as a power of attorney, I talked about powers of attorney over minor guardianship, like minor children, but you can also have a different power of attorney for, like, let's say for myself, I appointed my dad as my power of attorney if for some reason something happened to me, and my dad is the one that I would trust to make decisions if I was unable to make them myself. But a power of attorney, like my dad, could not draft a will for me and execute it. Only I have the power to draft my own will. I talked about capacity. You as a person can draft your own will. It's called a holographic will. It must be completely written in your own hand. On the slide it says the testator's own hand. A testator is just a fancy word for you, the person who is creating your will. So it has to be completely written in your own handwriting. It has to be signed and dated, but a holographic will or a handwritten will does not need to be witnessed. It doesn't have to be notarized. Now, you can have it witnessed and notarized. It just kind of emphasizes it more, but it's not necessary under the law. And as soon as you write out your own will, sign it and date it, it becomes a fully executed legal document that will be recognized by the court if for some reason somebody contests your will. If you don't want to write out your own will, then you can come to an attorney like myself, and we can draft your will. And if you do have the will drafted by myself or another attorney, that will need to be witnessed by 2 people who are not inheriting in the will, and also needs to be signed in front of a notary. Okay, so common things that you want to think about to put in a will. The first, it is very important to list all of your family members and their correct birthdays, including a spouse. If you have family members who are deceased, you can list them as well. If there is somebody that you do not wish to provide for in your will, I would also highly encourage that you specifically state very clearly, while I love my auntie and uncle Joe, I do not wish to provide for them in this will. And just make sure you clearly state that. Second is picking someone to be the personal representative, or also known as an executor for your will. This is someone that you trust, and this is the person that will oversee the will and make sure that everything that is written in it will get to the person that you want it to go to. Third would be to list all of your large property, such as land, a home, a boat, a snow machine, forerunner, and name who you want that thing to go to, like who do you want to inherit that, and be descriptive. So if you're talking about a piece of land or a house, you don't just want, I usually get the legal description of the property that you can find at the recorder's website or on the deed of your house. If there is an address, then I also include the address as well. But when I talk about be descriptive, if you're describing if you have 2 different snow machines, one's a Yamaha and one's a different brand, talk about the brand, what color are they, be descriptive as possible when you're listing out the big property. Fourth would be, don't forget to nominate someone to be the guardian for any minor children in your will. This is another way to make sure that children that are in your care are taken care of if you do pass away. And then lastly, don't forget to list alternative heirs. So let's say you do have a snow machine, you want to give it to your daughter, but if something happens to your daughter or if she's unable to take it, then you want it to go to your son. So that would be listing an alternative heir. And don't forget to add a residue clause. So in a will, you're not going to list every single piece of jewelry that you own or every single spoon and fork and knife that you own. You're going to list the major pieces and the big things that you want to go to people, or maybe you have a special ring or a special hunting knife that you want to go to a specific person, but you're going to have what's called the residue of your estate, which is, your tables and chairs and, the knickknacks that we all have of daily life. And usually you should appoint someone to receive all of that residue, and then if you give them instructions, or you can put instructions in your will on how you want those kind of knickknacks of life to be donated or given to friends and family, things like that. So a residue clause is definitely always needed. And that's my brief education on wills.
And I think we've kept it under time. The last thing I just want to touch on, thank you all for listening, is just additional resources. I know today alone we threw a lot of things your way. So if you have other questions, if you want to learn more, there are different places in our community that you can go for information on them. One is just Alaska Law Help, which is run actually by Alaska Legal Services. If you have a computer, if you know someone savvy with the internet, I recommend you just pull up that website. It has a bunch of different topics that go into detail and connect you to more resources, so you don't need to necessarily call us for help. But granted, we are always a resource too. And then our Alaska court system, we mentioned them in the presentation. They have a lot of free forms, free information. They have the Family Law Help Center. I would just encourage you to call the clerks there. For now, they're still not accepting as many people in person in the court, but I think that'll be changing, and that remains a good resource. Also, there's the Aging and Disability Resource Center. We have their phone number here. It's 907-452-2551. We also have the Alaska Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service. So if you do reach out to us, and if we're unable to help you in a matter, we'll often share this number because you can find another lawyer that unfortunately may not be free like we are, but they might be willing to give you a reduced rate. Sometimes we can find pro bono attorneys as well. But if you can't afford an attorney, this is a great way to find someone who can help you with your specific issue. And the phone number for that lawyer referral service is 1-800-770-9999. And then lastly, like Rachel said, we have a SAGA to help you with guardianship requirements, and that's the Alaska State Association for Guardianship and Adoption. And truly, if you are becoming a guardian for someone, including adult guardianships, I encourage you to reach out to them. I've seen too many families that are well-intentioned make mistakes on the reporting. If you aren't using the funds for that person in your care appropriately, it's really helpful to get some guidance. So please reach out to ASAGA. Their website is asaga.info, and we went over their number earlier, and I don't have it memorized.
So that's our presentation. Again, the number that's on the screen is the number that you can call to apply for legal services, which is the organization that Savannah and I work for. I'll read it out again. The toll-free intake phone number for ALSC is 888-478-2572. So I hope that you have learned something this morning. Again, Savannah and I are really happy that we could come and give this presentation. And hopefully I will be invited back and we'll see you in Hooslia next year.
All right, so remember, we're only doing general questions. You can't do a specific case like my grandson was taken away, what can I do? So no specific questions, please. Josh, do we have anybody online? No questions online. Anybody here? Peter, if you would come up to the mics, please. We have about 10 minutes for questions, specifically on guardianship and wills.
I'm sorry, Sharon, I didn't get the meaning of your announcement a little while ago. Over 20 years ago, my wife and I adopted a child in Nolato who had muscular dystrophy. They were going to send him into Fairbanks or Anchorage, and we didn't want that. Since then, we've done our annual reporting and child care services reporting every year as required. That's fine with us. But recently, in fact, just last month, I got a call from Alaska Legal Services. I'm now 78 years old. My wife is a little younger. We didn't know this at all previously, but they said we got to start thinking about moving that child into Fairbanks or Anchorage, like Denali Center, all right, who take care of kids who cannot take care of themselves. We didn't know that. They just came out and popped it right to us. You got to start thinking about moving your child to Denali Center. I agree with them. Maybe I am getting a little old to take care of him, but we never ever thought of moving him somewhere else. If I'm gone, my wife will take care of him, or vice versa. But are you with Natalie Landreth in Alaska Legal Services?
So those are actually two separate things. That would be someone from the state, I'm thinking, that probably called you. Alaska Legal Services, where we work, we're not affiliated with the state. So instead, we'd be a resource if you want more details on your rights and if you want to find out what do you legally have to do, or is there an alternative to keep your child with you, you can call our office and we'll help advocate for you, if that makes sense.
Okay, that's
But-
good.
Yeah, so unfortunately, like Sharon said, I can't give you wise advice right now about it, but I would encourage you to call us because we have helped families in this situation before.
Okay, that's what I need to know, because they just
Yeah.
recently called us, and I didn't know who to go to. to
Yeah,
find
but
them.
the call that you received would not have been from us, because Alaska Legal Services, we don't monitor where children are kept or who they're with. That's the state. And we're a nonprofit organization, and we're not affiliated with the state at all.
Okay, I have a question for you then. Because of our age, can they legally remove the child from our care?
So in my experience, at least in child in need of aid cases, age alone can never be the reason a child is removed from someone as a caretaker. There has to be, like, say you were a certain age and physically unable to take care of the child. But if you're able, age can't be the sole reason, in my experience.
So what do I respond to them when they contact me again?
You let them know that I'm going to call Alaska Legal Services and they're going to help me with this. So at this point, I would please just write down our number and call us, because I can't give legal advice to you right now until we have an attorney relationship, if that makes sense.
Okay, that's the number to
Yes,
get
that number. Yeah,
All right,
thank you.
Thank you.
So do we have any other delegates? Are you delegate?
I'm not a delegate, but I'm an elder from Vinictai. I don't think we have an elder delegate here from Vinictai.
Okay.
So I got just a question. Basically, we're tribe, we're enrolled, but some of us out here has a automatically enroll, and that means that, for example, for Vinictai and Arctic Village, we have enrollees automatically. It's on paper. So when I go into a courtroom, and I'm not stepping into a courtroom without authorize a person, but I'm a representative for the tribe, that these are descendants child, and other villages has just enrollee to that tribe. So we're automatically, so you're with Vinictai or Arctic, these are the children and the future children that we have to automatically enroll. And they are the descendants to that native village of Vinictai tribal governments. And I just want to make sure that everybody understand that if you step into the courtroom, there's some descendants and also enrollee. That's one of the reasons why we step into a courtroom from Vinictai or Arctic, just to mainly remember. The other thing is that we're giving child to a non-member, and that costs, within that timeline, it costs a little bit of representation. Is not really represented, you know, so just basically with that, we need to understand that, you know. As a tribal judge, been there for a number of years, and we look at the bylaws, we look at the state laws, we'll look at the traditional laws that it's written. Basically, the child needs to be protected, you know, and that's why we have to step into the courtroom if it's an enrollee is automatically enrolled to that tribe. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that information. Any other questions?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And would it
Can you
be,
go to the mic, please? And Daisy, you can be next after her, please.
could you make a copy of your presentation and pass it out to the elders so they could have it?
So I'm only a little bit hesitant to do that, just because, you know, people can misinterpret things. I don't know if you guys recorded the presentation today. If it's recorded, then I think that's sufficient, in my opinion. I just, I don't want people to take this home with them and read something and get wrong information from it. The presentation's recorded, so you can look at it whenever you want to.
Okay, it's just that I'm a tribal judge and I would like to have a copy of that.
We could talk later about that.
A true lawyer talking.
Sorry.
Hi, I'm Lois from Tanana. I have a question. Last year we lost a lot of elders and they didn't have any wills. And so the council wanted to know how could we get somebody to come to our community to help people with wills, because a lot of these people, they do not come to Fairbanks.
So because of COVID, it's hard to get somebody to come out to Tanana and be there. And to be honest, you can't really draft a will in a day. You need lots of information. If we get a bunch of will applications from Tanana, then in my office, I'm the person that usually drafts wills. And if I get good information and we have a pretty extensive will questionnaire, and it does take time to fill that out. But if I get a really good draft of a questionnaire, that gives me I can draft up a will, and then I can have a template. And then if there's a fax machine or email, or if we have to do it by snail mail and I mail the will to the client for them to review, I work with them on the phone to go over the will. If I have to read out every single paragraph on a will, I will do it. Just because I can't come in person to Tanana doesn't mean that I've worked with wills over the phone many times, especially now with the pandemic. So the first thing to do would have these elders apply. And I did bring will applications and questionnaires, and they're over at the table there with Linda. So if you want to take those with you, I can also get your email, or you can get my email afterwards, and I can email you or mail you as many will questionnaires as you want.
You could email it to its Tanana Executive Director at tananatribe.org.
I'll find you after, so I can.
It was, because we've been talking about it and it never went anywhere, and so since I'm here, I thought I better bring that up. Thank you.
Yeah, and Lois, I'm sorry, before you go back, can I just add a bit to that? Because Rachel and I have two different supervisors, so different processes sometimes, but I was working with Birch Creek on doing like a weekend wills clinic before the pandemic hit, and I do think, like Rachel said, if we can get, even just by phone, we have advocates now that can sit down and talk with someone on the phone to make the draft, but then we can go in person, because we're both notaries, we can come, and that weekend, if we have like a finalized draft, just have folks come one at a time for their own appointments and just finalize a bunch of wills for people and get that done. I think the key, like Rachel said, let's just get a lineup of who are the people in the community wanting this, and if you can be the go-between, because I know not everyone might use email or have regular like long-distance phone access, we can make it more of kind of like a weekend clinic after we get the prep work in, because I know we're vaccinated, and at least from my experience with other tribal councils, if I've been invited at this point and they're vaccinated and comfortable with me coming, I've been approved to go visit. So I just want to put that out there. I think we can make it even more of a systemic clinic. It'll just take some prep work. So, and I have Donna Folger's email. I bet she could also give me your email address if we don't connect on it. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is this on?
Yeah.
My name is Daisy Stevens. I'm from Kuchaja. I have a question on your EQA. You talk about permanent placing. Can they do permanent placing without parent termination?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, Daisy. So that's kind of what we were saying with guardianship being a permanent option. Instead of terminating a parent's rights, if both the parent and the placement would be okay with a guardianship instead, then we can proceed with that and close out a case with OCS and just have that person become the permanent guardian for children.
Would that be the same with EQA?
Yes. So the Indian Child Welfare Act, ICWA, applies in those cases with OCS, and I think just gives even further support for why a guardianship would be appropriate, because it's more in line, I think, with a lot of our culture's values, and I speak for my tribe and my people, but the Athabascan cultures and values too, of respecting family and keeping family together, and that way you can have the children in a safe, permanent placement without terminating their parents' rights. So it keeps the family whole and the kids safe. So I think ICWA would just support that, yeah.
Okay, I'm one of the parents that's raising my granddaughter. I have several grandkids, and I'm happy with the way things are going. I'm happy with the way Vinitai and Fort Yukon are involved with her. And I say that because Vinitai and Fort Yukon pay my granddaughter's way home for 4th of July and Christmas. My granddaughter loves Vinitai, and I don't want her to lose that connection. The other thing I had a question about, which bothered me for a long time, is that when you terminate a parent, are they still required to pay child support?
No, so when a parent's rights are terminated, then they no longer pay child support. They don't have any financial obligation to care for the child.
Okay. So I'm raising my granddaughter, and I was having a hard time, so I was sent to TCC to apply for this, I think it was child in need of aid without parent, or whatever they call it. But it's under ASAP. And they give you a check for $400 a month. And then recently, I started getting letters from child support. And I said, what is this? I didn't realize I had applied for child support. But I guess in order to get that money, you have to apply for child support. Now, I'm not asking for child support. The mom and dad, they're doing the best they can out there to survive. They know they have a daughter. They know they're there, they visit her, they do things with her, but she stays with me permanently. She hasn't been placed permanently. That's why I asked this question. I don't want the parents' rights to be terminated. I don't like that word, termination. And the other thing is, if they start charging them child support and they have no income at all, except for the permanent fund, so that means child support is going to step in there, and they're going to take their permanent fund, they're going to take their Doyon checks, they're going to take half of any job they have, any income they have, including this stimulus check that came out. They take it from them because they can't pay this child support. I'm not asking the parents to pay child support. I'm happy with the way things are going. I'm happy with the way Vinitai and Fort Yukon are supporting me. So I don't know where this child support thing came up. Maybe you can look into it and let me know. I don't want these, my son and the mother of the child to be charged with child support and not get any income for the rest of their life. Because once they get into child support, believe me, if they miss a payment, then that thing doubles right there, and it doubles every day that they're behind, which means they will never have income. If they work, child support is going to take half of their income, and with that half of that income, they can't survive. They can't find a place to stay. You know, it's really hard on them. I know that this is not the place to do it, but I'm sorry, Sharon.
No, it's okay.
But I would like to get more information on this.
Yeah, Daisy, so I appreciate you flagging this, and I would say, one, if you want advice on options available to you, that kind of advice is when you would call us for a specific consultation. But the legal information that I can just briefly share today, the program you're talking about through TCC is the Adult Not Included TANF payments.
I think so.
Yeah, through the ASAP program. And I think it's a great option for those who are taking care of relatives and need financial support. And the one thing I think it's really important that people know, though, if you do receive those Adult Not Included TANF payments to help take care of children you're related to, that money is funded and collected through child support. So by receiving those payments, that instantly sends a message to the state's child support, and they will try to pay for those by sending out child support requests to the biological parents, so long as they still have their parental rights. So it's an option, but it comes with that consequence. So I think it's worth you calling our office to get more specific details on options for you, but that's just something to know about the Adult Not Included TANF program.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And these are the questions I've been wanting to ask for a long time, and I really thank you a lot.
And we appreciate your questions. Oh, looks like we have one more question. You might have to go to the mic, that
Hi.
mic. Oh, sorry.
I have a question. If a parent's rights have been terminated and like the child is only maybe 8 or 9 and their parents could, the guardian, like the grandfather or grandmother, could they apply to the tribal government, the tribal court, to see if they could set some kind of standards for the parents to seek treatment? And once they fulfill that treatment, could they get their children back?
Well, I mean, the first word that you stated, you said that the parents' rights were terminated.
Yes.
So if parents' rights were terminated, then I don't know if there's a way that you can like re-establish rights. Have you, yeah?
So I'll speak to it just briefly. It's an incredibly high bar, and it's very difficult to reestablish parental rights once they've been terminated. You have to show very extreme progress you already made and a big change in circumstances. And so like the rare occasion this might even be possible is, say, the new adoptive parents for a child perhaps no longer want that child, or maybe they're having a case with OCS because they're not safe. That might open the door again to say this child needs a new home, but the parent will have already had to go through treatment. And if it's the state that terminated their rights, you have to proceed through state court, because tribal courts have to respect state orders and states have to respect tribal court orders. So you could not undo a termination of parental rights that happened in state court in tribal court, for example.
Even through tribal courts?
Even through, it's just, if we want the state to respect our tribal court orders and give it what we call comity, we have to show the same thing to state court orders. But there would be a potential way, if a parent's made amazing progress, to try and revisit it in state court and say, please reconsider.
Yes. In Indian law, in our tradition, you know, we've been, as grandparents, we've been raising our grandchildren until we could see that their parents are good and they're fulfilling what that they were supposed to do, like get jobs. And if a grandparent thought that those parents are well enough to raise their children, they give them back. So that's my question is, you know, I guess the native law is just out of the question here.
The one thing I would say that is my kind of hope in this work is we just need to prevent terminations from happening, so we keep that hope alive for a parent to get on the right track. And I think if you are in state court and that's something that a parent is facing, let's try to transfer those cases to tribal court before that happens, and the tribes can give that parent the time they need. And I think that's our best option.
the tribal courts, they do that. But still, sometimes the tribal courts terminate the parental rights without giving the parents the opportunity to try to straighten up, turn their lives around. I've seen that happen many times. And now they're good, outstanding citizens, and they're having trouble getting their children back. So that is my question, because it seems like the state's got more authority still yet over the natives. So that's it.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have a quick answer for that issue, but I agree. It's something that systemically we need to find a better way to support our families. So thank you.
Hello, my name's Eliza Winfrey, and talking about children's, what Daisy brought up, that when you have a child and you're going to file, you adopted them, and the, what do you call it, the children, where they charge you for keeping the child. If you're going to adopt the children you already adopted, child support shouldn't be sending you requests to pay those child support, but you have to write a letter stating that you adopted the children, and you have to show proof so they don't charge the parents child support anymore. I just want to put that out there because I've been through that, and my grandchildren were being charged, so I called them and they told me that's what I had to do. It's just a note for parents to be aware that, or anybody that's adopting.
Thank you so much for sharing that information.
Thank you. Those are good questions. But I have a gift for our speakers. Let me see. Let's go with Rachel. Okay, thank you so very much.
Oh, thank you very much.
And Savannah.
Thank you, Anna.
Oh, yay.
Beautiful hair barrette.
Oh, is this one of the aprons I saw?
Oh, it's
Oh,
so
awesome.
beautiful. Thank you very much.
All right. At our next gathering, I'll be cooking for you all. So there you go. Thank you.
Yay. I want beaver meat.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Yesterday, I forgot to mention something. I opened the newspaper, and here it is on front page, mentioning Harper. What's his first name? Walter Harper. I've been looking at this gentleman's picture for so many years. And yesterday I thought, well, it's about time. So I am so proud of this young man. And I would suggest to your leaders, put this picture in your office. We don't want president's picture in your office. Some of these questions I think that you've asked, you could take that to your tribal government and see if they could help make changes with our grandchildren. So get them on the ball. I wanted to say something else with this picture here. The young man who drew this picture is from Minto, Eric Charlie. He's no longer with us, so this is, we will put this up in our office. And Sharon is going to practice it every day.
Thank you, Anna. Yep. I just got to say, you know, I'm Inupiaq. I'm one of the few Inupiaq in the region, but I really, really relate, having been born and raised in this region. I think more Athabascan than I do Inupiaq. So I'm just so proud to be of this region. And I was just telling someone yesterday, this is a dream job to work for the elders. It really is. I learned so much from them, and they give so much. So to remind everyone that's online, this afternoon when we do our gatherings, you will need to call for the link for that, and it's 456-1364. And we've been getting a lot of comments about this poster, about the Athabascan values. We have a lot at the office, so if you'd like one, just give us a call. At this time, I'd like to have our next panel come up to the podium, please. We're going to talk about the collaboration that Denakkanaaga has with TCC and the Morris Thompson Cultural and Visitor Center. So if Sarah Harriger, Diana Seaver, and Shannon Earhart could come up here, please. Come on up here. And our IT folks, are you set with those clips from the programs? You have that, Josh? Are you sitting? No, I'm standing. Oh, you're standing. Yeah. All right, Josh, you have them up. We forwarded that to you a week ago or so. The link. Well, while they're finding that, I would like to introduce the panel to you. And this is exciting times. You've heard us talk about collaboration, and this is really an exciting collaboration that we have. It's putting together a cultural programming that not only records our history, our stories, our elders talking, but we also have our youth involved and sharing why they're involved. So it's really exciting. And I think I'll just go down the line first and have everyone introduce themselves. So Shannon, if you could start, please. And could we have it quiet in the, over here? It's real echoey in this hall, sorry.
So my name is Shannon Earhart. For those of you that don't know me, I grew up here in Fairbanks. My parents are the late Gareth Wright and Miranda Wright. So my mother is from the Nulato. I'm a Nulato tribal member. And I also have ties to Tanana. I married into Tanana, so Tanana likes to claim me, and I claim Tanana as part of my family heritage also. And of course, Ninana and Minto for my dad. I work for Tanana Chiefs, and I am the Tribal Development Deputy Director. Prior to that, I was the Culture Camp Manager. And so when I took the job in Tribal Development, one of my first tasks by my boss was, you are going to work with the cultural programs, which was over at the Morris Thompson Cultural Center. So I started working very closely with Dixie Alexander and Cindy Shoemaker over there as we were trying to work with the program to make it work better. We had some difficulties. We were doing actually really well, and then COVID hit. So many of you were aware that we did shut the program down last year due to COVID. And so during that process of shutting the program down, it gave TCC a time to look at the program and to reevaluate it. And it also allowed us to work on our partnerships and our collaborations, which I'm very proud to say that this is what we have come to, and I will now pass it on to our next partner.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Harriger. I was born and raised in Fairbanks. My grandmother on my mom's side brought our family to Alaska when she got a job teaching in the Lake and Penn School District. My parents are Linda and Mark Harriger of Fairbanks, and I'm the executive director of the Morris Thompson Center right across the road here. And I have the pleasure of working closely with Tanana Chiefs Conference Cultural Programs and Denakkanaaga on these exciting new cultural programs, which take place in the Morris Thompson Center and on our website. Our mission statement is to be a place for gathering, discovery, education, and celebration. And that's kind of our role in this partnership, to provide the space to make these wonderful programs happen.
Hi, good morning. My name is Diana Sevier. I'm the VISTA volunteer for the Morris Thompson Cultural and Visitors Center. My goal and my mission through this program is to help organize and structure and facilitate the collaboration between the Morris Thompson Center, Denakkanaaga, and Tanana Chiefs Conference. So that's what I work on, and of course one of those things, the physical manifestation of that for us currently is the online speaker series, Our People Speak, which I work on with everybody in that to make that happen.
All right. So like she said, the program that we have been putting together for the past several months is called Our People Speak, and we all work together on it. And maybe one of you could talk about some of the past topics we've had and how we're scheduling these programs.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. So we started in March. We had March in Our Memories with the lovely Marie Yaska, and Andy Jimmy helped us on that to talk a little bit about dog racing and spring carnivals and some of those important seasonal traditions. And then we had programs in April as well. We had Miranda Wright and, oh wait, was that the wrong month? Wrong month. Sorry, in March we also had our Land and People Speak with Steve Guinness and Georgiana Lincoln. That was really wonderful to hear from them. So those are some examples of our past programs we've had. And then in the sheet in your folder, you have the ones that will be coming up. And if you visit our website, all of the past programs for this series are there as well.
And I would just add that we've worked together to try and choose topics and speakers that reflect seasonal aspects of Alaska Native traditions and culture. So we often look at what the time of year is and what types of activities might be going on in a traditional lifestyle or maybe in a rural context. And another aspect that we've looked at is trying to get the voices of elders together with the voices of youth to talk about how traditions are, and how they're being carried forward with the younger generation.
So that's very important to me, especially growing up in Fairbanks, and I feel like at my age, I feel like I'm a bridge for our culture, for our elders, and for our youth, especially now that I have grandchildren, that we want these traditions to carry on, that we have the elders that we have that know and listen to those stories and tell our beliefs and what went on in the years past, and that we have the younger generation that are practicing things today, or how we're continuing to carry on those things, and that they can show that how we're melding some of the things that are changing, just how things are changing. And I mean, really, this is a very strong belief of what I do believe Denakkanaaga is, and I think it's a really perfect partnership with what we are doing in trying to preserve our culture and showing that we are still very strong. And even though some of our youth today, we have some that are very dedicated to preserving our culture, some of our youth listen, but they don't act like they don't listen. They don't think they're interested. But hopefully, you know, that we are getting them recorded and documented, that they will be able to go back and listen to these stories, you know, when they are ready to listen. So I think it is very important. And as Sarah mentioned, that we look at the seasonal calendar, and we're trying to actually like make things that are happening for those months and bring them relevant stories to those times. And there's so much. Every time we think we're going to pick one topic, then we say, oh, but what about this and what about that? Well, we can only do so many, but we're still writing them down, so hopefully we'll get more. And we hope to, we've been doing this through Morris Thompson, and we hope to pull in more of Tanana Chiefs, how they're doing the Legacy of Our Elders series, but we're hoping to meld as we move our partnership forward more and more to do more things like that. These are smaller pieces, and so we just keep continuing on.
Yeah, I think that was one of the important aspects for Denakkanaaga involvement in this project, was we were so excited that we were able to record the elders. How many times have I and probably others, we really need to record elders before they pass away, before they take that knowledge with them and it's lost. So we're just so excited that we're able to participate in this project. And not only do we record our elders, and we also record our youth, but we also have received funding for this project from Doyon Limited and others, and that helps us pay the elders that participate in honorarium, and I think that's important too. And I believe we have some clips from the past shows that we've recorded, and they're all on YouTube also. You know, anybody can go to YouTube and look at them. Our hope too, maybe Sarah might talk about a little bit about this, is not just to record it and put it out there, but it's to be used, you know. And I know our hope is maybe school districts will use it. Sarah, you want to talk about that a little bit, please?
Sure. First, I'd say that if you're interested in seeing the programs online, there is a flyer in your packet that has the internet link that will take you to our website where you can most easily access the archive of recorded programs. I am really excited. I think we're all very excited about the idea that these could be really valuable resources for our communities. And so we're working on doing outreach to schools and school districts to find out, not only to tell them about the program, but to find out what their needs are and to see if we might be able to kind of offer programming that's even more closely aligned with what they would like to use in their educational efforts. But yeah, the easiest way to find the programs, if you want to see them, would be to go to the Morris Thompson Center website, and we have an events tab. If you click the events tab, you'll see a menu item that says watch past live events, and that's where you can see all of the recordings we've done so far.
Right. And it's also on the Denakkanaaga website as well. Are you ready, Josh, with the clips? Did you find them? All right, so Sarah, do you want to set it up before we go to that one? Or Diana?
I actually don't know what order they're going in.
Okay.
So
all right, well, let's...
we've selected 5 clips that we thought really highlighted some of the value of the programs. Okay. Kind of some special moments that we hope will inspire you to watch the whole series.
All right. So we'll go to the clips right now. Josh?
And if you all kind of look back at your own history, you'll see how our elders from the past has blazed this trail for us that we're on the path right now on. And so I always reflect back on that, the hardships they went through in order for us to have the land we have today, and all the different things we're doing on behalf of our people.
Beautiful. Steve, Georgianne, any final words of the values of how they shaped who you are and where we are today?
Well, in the final words, I want to say to the young people that please find a mentor. And I've been a mentor to many young people. It's someone who you trust in, someone who's not going to tell stories about you or repeat what you said, but will help you to become who you want to be. I had one mentor, and that was Morris Thompson. And I'm sorry now that I only had one, because it's important that you have a number of mentors to help you along. And if you, I'm sure Steve mentors a lot of people too. And if you don't take advantage of that, if you don't just call up and say, Georgiana, I heard you, and I'd like for you to be my mentor. And what are you going to do to be my mentor? Don't be afraid to ask. I think people appreciate you asking, and especially for mentorship, that I would be the one that would be proud to be a mentor, not the other way around. And I'm sure Steve has done that for a lot of people too. So that's what my final message would be. And get involved. It's easy to get involved.
So if we could stop that, Josh, we're going to just talk a little bit about each program before we go to the next one. All right. So Sarah?
Sure. I think we all really like that clip because of the strong message to young people. And we were really lucky to have Steve and Georgiana for that program, which talked a lot about leadership and the role of values in Native organizations today. Diana, do you want to talk a little bit about why you selected that specific clip?
Yeah, I really liked this section of their talk when I was there listening to them. I've heard so much from everybody in the community about mentorship and how important it is to make sure we have that connection between elders and youth and sharing that knowledge. And of course, we've heard in this conference a lot too about leadership and passing leadership on to the younger generations. And so I found that really important, and I feel like Steve and Georgiana really made a great point with that.
One thing I want to point out that you'll notice this was actually recorded live. We did it through Zoom in March. And in March, we were trying to target the dog mushing spring carnival aspect. And we were also trying to target our big meetings. We were trying to fill a gap because everybody was still feeling the COVID lapse. And we wanted to have some sense of gathering for us that we were used to during March. So we tried doing that one live through Zoom so people could watch it live. And we had some good participation. And since then, we've tried a couple live ones, and then we've also now started recording them because people are starting to get busy for the summer months. So we're pre-recording them now so that we could tape them to show them during the months of June and July. And we've been playing with times, trying it at noon and trying them in the evening, trying to see where we'll get the best participation for people to watch them. And like we said, they could still go watch them anytime they want on the web.
And Sharon Hildebrandt has been gracious in moderating each show, each program. So that's why you'll see her on that. So are you ready to go to the next clip? All right, let's go to the next clip.
So we were having a discussion earlier about the meaning of regalia and ceremonial dress, and you were sharing some of the meaning behind that. Can you tell us what's the difference between regalia and ceremonial dress?
Thank you, Sharon. That was a question I really struggled with when I was looking at some of the questions that were going to be posed to us tonight. Regalia is a word that we don't have in our native language. So I kept thinking, well, what am I going to talk about? What exactly is regalia? So I went to the dictionary and I looked to see what Oxford had to say and what Webster had to say. And both of them basically said that it was attire that was worn for special occasions by the royalty. You know, things like this. And I thought, well, we don't have royalty. So I kept going back through my mind and thinking about this, and I came to the perspective that we are really talking about ceremonial dress, the special garments that our people wore during ceremony. I mean, we don't have, the big pageants and this type of, I don't know, I just felt like we were talking about the crown or the monarchy or something in England when you were talking about regalia. And I think ceremonial dress is actually a more meaningful term as to what we want to discuss today as far as our native attire goes.
That's really good feedback. Thank you. Did you have something to share in that too?
Yes, I have something to share. You probably might share this before that as students going away to boarding school. And when we got to boarding school, I did not know my mother had put my regalia in my suitcase. And when it was check-in time, they didn't take it out of my suitcase until way in May. They had something going on in the campus, and they took all the regalia. I remember the students from up north and had their parkas, real beautiful parkas, and the school, I don't know why they did this to us, but they took all our regalia and they burned it. Coming from that part of the whole situation, it kind of makes you real humble. It makes you wonder what's going on in this world. And our parents had to deal with it because they asked what happened to your regalia. And from that, I was told that, that something like this can happen to anybody, and that I was to be strong and hold on to our culture, whatever it is. And now that I'm older and elder, I see what the people were saying. They were saying that it continues in a way, that tradition of our people, that we're able to carry this on into this future of our young people or older people, and be able to be proud of who we are and where we come from.
So very powerful words from Luke Titus and Miranda Wright. So now I think you can get a sense of why we're doing this project, to record those stories, not so pleasant things that have happened in the past, but you need to remember them and address them. And I don't know if any of the panelists would like to say something. Shannon?
Yeah, so this wasn't originally part of our month that we were going to actually have this talk, but we were approached by the school district here in Fairbanks because the A&E program, the Alaska Native Education Program, approached, I forget if it was Morris Thompson or Denakkanaaga, one of us, for our culture programs, wanting to know if we had anybody that could help some of the Native youth. They wanted to make traditional garb for their graduation. They didn't have elders or parents to help them. And so we kind of got into a conversation as we were meeting with our collaboration about it, and the importance that, well, they talked about chief's necklaces. And there's been that big discussion of the importance you're not allowed to wear chief's necklaces just for anything, right? That there's a reason that you get a chief's necklace, but you could wear other types of garments. And so that brought us to this discussion and why we ended up having this panel come together, or this conversation, and we had it taped. And so we thought it was very important, and we would like to note that Denakkanaaga did host sewing, and they did have youth show up and make vests at the Denakkanaaga office for their graduation. So, it's pretty awesome that some of the things that do come up and get approached to us through our partnerships.
And the one interesting thing about that teaching, when the school district called us, the ones that, and we had it on a few people in person and then mostly on Zoom, on virtual, on the internet teaching that. But it was interesting to note that there were more young men that wanted to learn their cultural ways, and they're the ones that actually had 2 young men come to Denakkanaaga. They would just come out of the blue and say, here, we're back, show us how to beadwork, how do we finish this project? And they're determined that one is only, I think, a sophomore, and he's going to be working on his vest, he said, so he can wear it to his graduation in a couple years. But the other students that were participating were seniors. And so, as Shannon said, one thing leads to another, and that's why this is so important. Shannon, or Sarah, did you want to say anything about that clip?
Just that I thought it was so powerful, and I'm really glad that we had the opportunity to record those important thoughts and that important story.
All right. So I think we have a few more clips, if you don't mind. Josh? Marie, as you look back on what took place in the early years and what's going on now with dog racing, what do you think is the future for it?
In Huslia and Hughes and a lot of other villages, when my late brother George moved back to Huslia, he started a program that's part of the school curriculum for kids to be involved with dogs. And he used to have the kids help him take care of his dogs, and he explained to them how to take care of dogs and stuff like that. And so it's now in, I don't know how many schools in the state now. In the Tok area, in Kuskokwim area, it's all over now. It's part of the school curriculum to give the kids an identity and a culture, to let them know where they come from. And as I understand it, the kids have improved a lot in the schools.
Yeah, we can keep rolling them. There's 2 more. We'll just watch the other 2.
I think it was partly being raised in a village and also by my grandparents. As part of that younger generation, we're very fortunate to have known the old elders of Caltech, like for instance, Grandma May, Grandma Maggie, and all of them, And that's what I feel best about, is just remembering to actually having known those old elders. And I always had to be around them. Me and my cousin, her mom was the cook for the elders lunch program. So we'd go into the blue building where they had their lunch, and we're not supposed to be in there, but we'd actually just go in there, and her mom would let it go because that's her mom. And then those elders would love it too, because they would give us their cookies or something from their lunch. And just to hear them speak in that native language, it just always amazed me. And seeing the things that they were able to do, like some of the grandmas knitted, or some of the old guys, they did other things, carpentry-wise and stuff like that. It was just always amazing to me that how they could do that with their hands. knitting a fishnet. That's always one thing I wanted to learn. And just things like that. And then also growing up in the ladder too, you know, there was so much elders there growing up, and that was where it's just all my upbringing growing up, both Nolato and Caltag was a big part of that, where I'd learned from the elders.
I remember seeing pictures of you with the elders, you sitting around as a kid, and I think that you took it pretty serious, or maybe you took it as a privilege to have that opportunity to learn from our elders. Such an honor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was one of the things was, well, I was mischief too, you know, but Grandpa told me when we go into the hall, we sit there and we listen. That's just like our school, he said. That place is just like our school too. That's our school too, he said. And in a way too, it's our church, because we're going to hear stories from long time ago, and they're going to share, elders are going to share experiences and things with you in there. So I always held that part too, to me. It just, every time I go in the hall, you know, and that's why I was always kind of drawn to elders as a young kid.
And honor that space.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you, Masi. Jess, Dr. Black. When was it in your upbringing that you felt it was important to carry on these traditions that were being taught by the elders that you were around?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I, very similar to Tristan, I grew up with my grandparents and my two great grandmas, and just as kids, we always had to help take care of them, you know, bring them food, and if we were blessed with fish or whatever, we would give them the best parts. And so we, just growing up, we always ran down to our great grandma's house, or ran up and, you know, brought them the best of everything. And so I think just from an early age that was instilled in us, and I was with them a lot. In fact, a funny story, I used to spend the night with my great grandma so much that everybody told me I smelled like an old lady. But I loved it, you know, I'd sleep in her little tiny twin bed with her. And in fact, my uncle, my great uncle, her son, who lived with her, at some point told me I was too big to sleep with grandma, but I always enjoyed taking care of her. And right up until she passed away, just doing things for her, because as you both know, just our grandparents are so special to us and they love us so much. So when we can return that love, it's just such a blessing. So I think just growing up in the village, you take care of older people and they love you so much. It's just very natural to want to do something for them, whether it's pack water or, you know, like for my grandma, my great grandma, she went blind. So I would do things like brush her hair and stuff like that, just to make sure she liked to always wear a dress and look nice every single day. And so I think it was just built within our family system. And then the question about when I realized it, I think, is as I got older, and, you know, probably really when I went off to college, because growing up in the village is so much a part of your life every single day. But when I went off to college, it really sunk into me just how much I missed that, because I was away from home. And so I think it's just built within the culture. And then when you're separated from it, the daily interactions is when you are able to reflect on how special that time was. So for me, it was just very much a natural part of our life. And then when I moved to Nenana as a small child, it was just similar, because I lived around, you know, Native people. And so you would give them your best fish or meat or the best parts of the animal, and then do whatever they asked you and take care of them. And of course, the love was always reciprocated, but that's not really why you did it. You just did it because it was built into our culture. And so I would just say that, it just my whole life, I kind of knew it.
Like springtime activities. I would see them. For instance, it's melting. We're going to start cleaning up our yards and stuff like that. And I don't think any families at home in Caltech spring out anymore. But the younger guys, some older guys too, will take them out and go over to Caillou by snow machine. And they're going to start geese hunting and stuff like that. That's always fun for them. I never did go, but it's always fun hearing about it from my friends that did. It comes with its dangers too, because sometimes they have to go across open water with their snow goes. But just the joy that my brothers have, when they did it, and just hearing about it was always fun. But like right now, the people would be winding down from their potlatches, like at home. We're winding down. They would be winding down from their potlatches and then start getting into like spring carnivals and stuff like that. And just try to keep that, I don't know how to explain that feeling you get, it's just like sometimes a sad feeling. Just try to keep that at bay and keep busy and prepare for the next season. Grandma told me, she said, they right now are even maybe a few weeks ago, that's when they would all move into Caillou and stay there till after the ice go out. And they're up there are gathering up their foods like beavers, ducks, muskrats, geese. And I asked her how they stored them. She said, we used to salt them, the ducks and stuff like that. And they would half dry some of them. And just seeing the smile on her face when she talked about it was good. Just brought back memories. And now nowadays, for instance, my family would start getting our things ready for the summer season. For instance, we'd start ordering our jars, for fishing, our Ziploc bags, food saver bags, our things we're going to need for the summer season.
That's really good advice, and not buying all those things at one time, but over a period of time, because it's easier on the wallet too, of course, yeah?
Yep.
And then all your nephews and cousins would be coming back with the suntan, huh?
Yep, they'd be coming back just straight here. From here down is brown. It's up here, just all light color. They're springtime tans.
Thank you. Jess, what do you remember of your families in the village springing out or even doing spring activities? This year it was a little different with the COVID. What are some of the things that helps our families get out and stuff?
Yeah, so like Tristan mentioned, muskrat trapping is really big in the Yukon Flats. In fact, when I went home a couple weeks ago, I got to eat muskrat. It was so good. And I think a couple of families still do spring out. It's just they have an allotment, or that's what they're used to doing. But most people just go out for, the day or through the weekends, and everybody shares when they come back. So muskrats are really a big thing in the springtime, and they're super yummy. Some of my elders taught me growing up that it's really good to put your moose skin or your caribou skin out in March, because the wind will just help like break it down. So as you start finishing off the tanning process, it'll be easier for you to work on. So growing up, I always saw a lot of skins, and one elder, Grandma Mary Simple, the late Grandma Mary Simple, she's the one that taught me a lot about like how you do the tanning process. And when's a good time to put them out because the wind really helps. And you can do that even for other animals too, is like get that wind on there. It helps break down like the toughness of the skin. The other thing, I was talking to my significant other, he's from the mountains, and they they go hunting for ground squirrels too in the spring. And so he said you do muskrat trapping and you also hunt for ground squirrels in the springtime. He also really emphasized, and this is what I remember growing up with my grandparents, is you are always ready. So before you go hunting for birds, you have to clean your guns really good. And then you put everything from winter away really good. And that's just showing not only the animals, but the creator that you're prepared for, the gifts. If you are gifted like a muskrat or a ground squirrel or birds. So you take really good care of your stuff. And so, it's the same. You both know in fishing, you always make sure your knives are sharp and your table's really clean. And just the preparedness for whatever you're doing is really important. And so growing up, that's what we do. My grandpa was a trapper, and he would finish off his trapping, and then he would have us all get ready and prepared for springtime. And with birds too, you would just take care of them when you're out on the land, like pluck them and singe them, and then you bring them back and you just start gifting your first ones to those elders. And maybe even like a mother who doesn't have a provider for some reason, you would make sure that all those people are taken care of first, and then you'll always have good luck, and it's just taking care of your village. So those are things that I remember, coming back, and before we would eat anything, we'd just go share with everybody else first.
Okay, you can stop it there, Josh. Stop, yeah, stop. You can stop it. You can stop it, thank you. So that gives you a taste of the topics and the guests that we have on the program. We have some outstanding folks that are sharing their knowledge and their wisdom with us and their memories, which is important for our region. We would also ask that if any of you have folks that you think, oh gosh, they would be a good guest to talk about, a certain seasonal theme on these programs, please let us know. Right now our budget doesn't allow us to fly many people into Fairbanks for recording, but we're out there seeking further funding to keep this going because it is so important. And I will just ask our panelists if they have any closing comments before we end the panel. Shannon?
I just want to say that culture is important to us all, and preserving it is also important, and I look forward to working with our elders and our youth to continue doing more of these and to documenting and getting our stories and our traditions down. I think it is something that we have to do to continue on, and I just think it's awesome. So, and I want to echo what she says, that if you guys have topics that you think we should concentrate on, to please let us know. I think it is important. So thank you.
Sarah?
Just thank you for having me here today. It's really an honor to be part of the project.
Diana?
Yeah, I really want to say thank you again to all the elders and the youth who have participated. It's been so great to be able to learn, and I'm so glad our community has this resource to learn from you all as well.
So we just want to thank everybody. Diana has come all the way up here from Tennessee as a VISTA volunteer to work with us on this. And we just really appreciate her perspective because, as all of us have been here a long time, grew up in this area, we kind of sometimes maybe forgetting certain things when we're thinking about these programs. So Diana, as a newbie, if you will, in this region, has some that different perspective, and it's always nice to have that. So thank you, Shannon, Sarah, and Diana. We have a small gift for you. So this is Sarah's, and this is Diana's. And here's, Thank you so much for being part of this, and keep watching the programs. So we hope you enjoy them. And I believe we're going to take a 10-minute bathroom break, and then Roxanne Frank will be up here to do an introduction to our afternoon session. Thank you.
Okay, if we could come back to our seats. You women, look at those cows, how nice they sit and wait for you. Where's the agenda? Okay. I just wanted to say it's my pleasure today to introduce this young lady. When I started working in the mental health, I did not know my family would follow in my footsteps. So this is my daughter, Roxanne Frank, and she works for Tanana Chiefs. And it's an honor to be doing this. And hopefully all our children will follow in our footsteps and go back out and teach us how to be healthy in a different way. So Roxanne Frank, get to work.
Thank you. Let me introduce myself in the traditional way. My name is Roxanne Frank. My parents is the Reverend Dr. Chief Anna Frank and the late Richard Frank. My grandparents is Jonathan and Rosie David of Minto, and Justin Frank of Rampart, and Lucy Frank of Minto. So I'm honored to be here. I'm so glad Denakkanaaga invited me. And I just have to tell you a story of when I was traveling to one village. Everybody say I look like my mom. And I was like, okay. So I traveled to one village and seeing somebody far away, and they said, oh, wow, Anna's here. We're going to have church tonight. And they came up closer, and they said, oh, I thought you were Anna. I was really looking forward to church. I'm not going to hold no service tonight. So as we go into the presentation, how does this work here? Okay, there we go. I brought my my little computer because just looking there, I can't. I'm getting up there in age. I won't be in denial anymore. So the topic I chose is resiliency, moving beyond the wounded heart and journey to wellness. And I think this is really important, you know, because we are resilient people. And we had wounded hearts. We still carry the wounded hearts, but we have our own journey to wellness. We can heal. We can heal ourselves. I'm just doing a recap of what I gave a couple years ago. You know, as Native people, we knew it, we felt it. We, you know, we belong. We fit in, we were part of the community. We were mastered at things. We had skills, we were empowered. You know, we were empowered for each other, we helped each other. And we had independent, we were self-governing community. And you know, one thing is that we had our own laws and regulations. And it was to rely on each other, not in an unhealthy way, but a healthy way. Like my dad and the young men, Andy, Jimmy, and them, they would go out and hunt for the community if they needed. So that's what they did, and it just bring back to memories like Melvin Charlie told me that my grandparents, my grandpa Justin Frank, loaned my dad to Pete Salbin and his wife Bessie, and he stayed with them for a year, help them out. That's what it means, interdependent. They helped each other, and generosity is giving back to to the family, for yourself, and the community. So that's really very important. And before contact, we knew who we were. I have a problem with the name Athabaskan, I'll be honest with you. It wasn't really our original name. Some guy from Canada came over. There's a lake in Canada called Athabaskan, and he started calling us that. He named us. Our real name is Dene. We were nomadic, and my mom and I will talk about this. It's like, it's the men where they don't stay in a job, they go seasonal. It's because of the nomadic in us. We knew our customs, values, ceremonies. We were in Harnaby. We were held accountable. We had our own laws and regulations and honor each other. We kept our word. And Dad said that if they said they were going to be at a place, he said, I'll meet you at Tovana at this date, this time, they would be there. That's when they said they kept the word, and if they cannot make it, they would send somebody. Knew our protocols. Storytelling was very important. We know our family roles. I'm an auntie, and I have some niece. I need to be like a mother to them. I'm teaching them, and that's what my grandma, my aunties had showed me. Auntie Linda and Auntie Sarah and Evelyn. And we knew the rite of passage. When we talk about rite of passage, just like the first kill, we have a ceremony that's to honor that person, but it also give that young man or young girl a blessing. And that has happened to my boys, and to this day, because of it, you become good hunters. You respect the land. We were expert in using the land and the resource, knowledge of family and knowledge of family tree, as we call it, but of the clan. I'm Caribou clan. My dad was Chichalyu, but I follow on my mother's side. So I found out I got relatives using my clan, not only in Minto, but I found out in Nulato. My dad has relatives in Upper Tanna. So it goes a long way. And I heard Andy, Jimmy, and Mom talk about it. It's like, because of the missionary came in and they gave us name and following the, European way, it kind of mixed up our family and, so that's humor. Humor's important. It's always good to make fun of yourself, laugh with each other. Names had meaning. I don't have a native name. My mom, she has a native name. Her name is Taju. It's what her uncle gave her. And songs are very important to us. The ones that we make songs, tell the story about that person who, if we made a song after, but it's also a prayer for us. And I'm going to go through the history really quick. As you see the pictures, but these three young boys here, I look in the past too, but the three young boys are special. The one in the middle, this was, during my dad's funeral, we do a giveaway and they tried on his suit. So you see the one in the middle is my son David, and the one with the red, you see the red on his t-shirt, that's Elijah. And the other one, I can't tell if you see, but that's Latheran, that's Andy Jimmy's grandson. And I said, man, these are gonna be our chiefs one day. You know, you think about it. So they were wearing the suits, and, you know, one day they will be chief. And that's how, you know, we need to look at our youth. So the history is like, you know, we started off, I'm just going to go through it really quick. We had the mission school, the boarding school, and you think about the mission school, you know, when they started the mission school that years ago in the lower 48, they used to give monies to the missionaries to help start school. And this was the beginning of boarding school. And you heard some stories, and you heard finding about 250 graves of young children. And at the end of this presentation, I would like to have a moment of silence for them. The land claims, good and bad. Good, we got land, but it's also divide the community. And I say that because I'm president of the corporation for Seth Dea, but, you know, I feel like I belong. I'm enrolled in the Minto Tribal Council, but I have 3 boys that are not enrolled to the corporation. So, and I hear my son say, why should I? I'm not part of it. You see, that's where the division came in on that. There was gold miners came in, you know, during the Klondike. Relocation due to the road construction on the Alcan Highway. People had to move from a village, had to move from their fish camp, you know, affected them. We had the Indian Relocation Act, which is the adult vocational training, where they would send people out to training and hopefully they get these jobs. It turned out that some of them didn't get the jobs. They didn't feel supported like you would do in the community, and there was discrimination. I remember one year when I started working in the lands, I went to this one village, and my coworker, Clyde Peter, he said this guy came back, and this was for the Indian Relocation Act. He said he's been away for 20 years, and he just came back home. So you have to think about it. He came back, and he had to relearn everything. And out in the States, they got rid of reservations. There were some people who just couldn't go back home. The flu epidemic, you heard about the flu epidemic. My grandpa went through that, and hearing his stories helped me during that time. It was very hard and very sad. Never felt that isolation. You know, us as Native people are just, you know, feeling that isolation. And I just seen Speedy there, and it was like, you know, good to give him a hug and say hi, you know. That's what we miss. And we're dealing with today. We're dealing with that today. And you know of the discovery of oil in Prudhoe Bay and building the pipeline. Some people said it didn't affect the animals, but I believe it has. The caribou migration, I believe it has. The closing of school due to family relocating, and that's when people, you know, the enrollment has, they said they have to have 10 students to keep the school open. So that's, you know, what we're going through. Oil prices decline and high. There was like, you know, when it declined, there was like loss of jobs, and when it got high, paying for heating fuel and cost of living. And today we have to think about fires and flood threaten the community, and I know it has threatened, fire has threatened the community. With all these policies and laws that were passed by Congress, it has affected us Native people. I'm going to go into trauma and give you a definition, which is a disorder, psychic or behavioral state resulting from a severe mental or emotional stress or a physical injury, emotional upset, or an agent or force or mechanism that caused trauma. From psychology today, events which can be considered traumatic and wide-ranging indeed, from what might be considered the stuff of ordinary life, such as divorce, illness, and accident, and bereavement, to extreme experience of war and genocide, which means that what has happened to Native people, relocating, moving off the land, the flu epidemic, these policies and laws, racism, the boarding school, and you heard what Luke talked about. I have a hard time saying that word, regalia, his native clothing, what they did, and no regard for how we felt or what we went through. And you heard that saying before is, kill the Indian and save the man. It was said to get rid of the Indian, the savage in us, as they would say, and make us fit into their culture. Historical trauma, like I said, I'm going to go through this really quick. Historical trauma is like events that's shared by a group of people, like us, Native people, and that what we went through. We went through historical trauma because of what policy and laws have been put on us. We were forced to go to school. We were forced to leave our home. We were forced off our land. You think about these things. And that, with that historical trauma, if you look at the trauma in Alaska and the history, a lot of people don't realize, like when the Russians first came over to Alaska, they were here to catch fur. That was $1 million, marketing back then. But what they did was they had the Aleuts hunt for the fur for them, and they held their family hostage. They were forced to do that. So you think about the trauma they went through. And some they took back to Russia. Intergenerational traumas from what is passed down. What my grandfather experienced was passed down to my mom, to me. What your ancestors have experienced is passed down from your grandparents to your parents to you, and you will pass it on to your children and your grandchildren. So we're talking about the future here. And the impact of trauma, due to policies and laws, and you see the list, there's alcoholism, suicide, homicide, violent crime, accidental death. The culture was forbidden. We gave up our independence, loss of language. There was relocation, loss of land, loss of self-governance. People looked at us as we're humble and meek, that we were indifferent, not uncaring. We were followers, guilty, and loss of identity. Oppression. I'm giving these meanings, these definitions, so you'll have an understanding of what you're dealing with and want you to be aware of it. Oppression is a prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment. It's, where, being a subject to unjust treatment or being controlled by another person or government. It's mental pressure of distress. So it's a group of people who are targeted, discriminated against, and they're oppressed over a period of time, and that's what has happened to American Indian, Alaska Native. And I just have to say this because some people feel uncomfortable with this, especially the non-Native. We're not holding it against you, but this is history we have to go through. We have to have an understanding of it. You need an understanding of these words so you'll be aware of it, and it'll help you. It'll help your grandchildren. Marginalized and oppression is where a targeted group start internalizing the myths and misinformation. If you think about it, we start, as Native people, we start believing that we're not good just because of what people are saying about us or what we see. I give example of, like in the movies. Remember in the Western movies, and they always had the Indians were the bad guy? And you had this one little cowboy with a pistol, and how many Indians? 50 of them, and he shot all of them? I have to think about that one there. But you think about that. That's what, people were looking at us, So that's what we start doing. We start believing because of how people treated us. Oh, I'm not good. I'm not worthy. I can't do this. I'm not good for this job. You see the message, we start getting that message. People could say it to us. They could just react to us, movies or whatever. Lateral oppression is where we oppress our own people. We say things against each other. This is where domestic violence come in. We don't encourage each other. I'm going to pick on Sharon. Sorry, Sharon. But one thing they say is like, wow, that's Sharon. She thinks she's so good just because she's the director of elders. That's lateral oppression. We attack our own. We say things about each other. Example of lateral oppression. As you see this list here, this discord, competition, infighting, jealousy, gossip. I was just gossiping about Sharon. Put downs, blame, bullying, shaming. As you see this list, but one thing, I gave an example because I think about, at this end it says when someone tries to quit drinking and someone go to them and encourage them to drink with them. That's lateral oppression. I keep thinking about it because I remember years ago, my uncle, he quit drinking, he was doing really good, but guys kept coming to his house, whiskey, encouraging. And he started up. That's part of lateral oppression. Need to think about these words and how we treat each other. Oh, sorry. The list here. Sorry about that. I got two things going here. Like I said, I can't read that one. So you see the list here. And the impact it has done is that we feel hopelessness, there's anger, there's anxiety, we feel paranoid, there's fear, depression, confusion. Some of us feel invisible and not heard, self-doubt. I put this picture up there because you see the difference in how he looked in his native clothing and the way he's dressed. You could see that in his face. And you see the kids there, military style. Again, a definition. I'm a grief recovery specialist. I do meet with people concerning grief. But grief is a conflicting feeling caused by end of a change in a familiar pattern or behavior. Grief is also hopes, dreams, and expectation you had for yourself and others. We all had hopes, dreams, and expectation for our plans, our loved ones, even material things. Grief is about a broken heart. We are grieving now because of this pandemic. It messed with the patterns in our lives. We had to change our behavior. We had hopes, we had expectation, we had dreams. I mean, think about it. That's what happened years ago when people, had forced to move off the land. ANCSA, all this. Unresolved grief is an undelivered emotional communication with a relationship you had with a person. We did not voice or express what we were feeling. I mean, if you think about it, I always think about this where I heard this young man took his own life, and people were coming up and saying all these wonderful things about him, what he did for the community, how he helped people. Did he hear that? It's one thing that, I try to do is let people know. Like Jackie, I was so happy to see you. You bring a smile to my face. And Mary and Trimble, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're here. These are the things that we need to share with one another. Don't wait until the person's gone. You might not know what they need to hear that. This young girl I seen at the clinic, and she, was trying to stay clean. And I went to her and I said, you look really good, and I'm so happy to see you. I'm glad you're here with us. And she said, thank you. I don't know what, you don't know how much that means to me. Just saying those things to people, especially the young people. One thing that, we have to learn, and this is you probably heard it before, but we talk about adverse childhood experience, ACEs. You heard all this terminology. But when we deal with trauma, did you know, the brain is still developing. For young people, it develops from birth to when you're 25. And when you go through trauma, it harms your brain in a way. Emotionally, you stop growing. We're acting like little kids. We're acting out, if you think about it. And this, with the stress, it has affected us, for chronic illness, mental illness, and most of the violence. And with the ACEs experience, and there was a study on this, it's physical, sexual, and verbal abuse. There's physical and emotional neglect. Witnessing a mother being abused, losing a parent to separation, divorce, or other reason, prison, or death. A family member who is depressed or diagnosed with a mental illness, addicted to alcohol or another substance. So all these do affect children. It affects their brain development. And if you think about it, when a child is in an unstable home, there's a fight, freeze, or run. They don't know what it's going to be like coming into a home because it's unpredictable, because they have some anger issues too in that family. I like this. Lucy. Look out, everybody, I'm going to be crabby for the rest of the day. She has an anger issue. So with the toxic stress, and I use this because sometimes, you know, in the family, there's that elephant in the room, and there's somebody always, you have to walk on eggshell because you don't know how you're going to be, and it causes stress. And we, you know, that's when we feel threatened in our bodies, and our hearts increase, and blood pressure, and the stress level is going up. And to be honest, there's some kids that go through it, and they don't know how to relax. And I believe to this day, this is why we have chronic illness, that people are on pain meds. It's really important you understand that. And here's a thought. I was thinking about it, and this is for the young male and female. Did you know that you are carrying your grandchildren in your sperm and eggs? Think about it. So take care of your body and your grandchildren. You know, because when you're carrying a child, they can feel it, they can hear your voice, they can feel your emotions. Even if you go into a toxic environment where it's smoky, loud noise, they feel that. They feel your heartbeat. If you're under stress, they can feel that. The food you eat. I have to give a story. It's like when I was pregnant with my youngest son, I used to sing to him. I would sing to him, and as he got older, he was like, "Mom, you don't sing very good." I used to sing to him when I was pregnant. It's important if the mother is stressed due to domestic violence, your son or daughter that they're carrying will feel it and believe it. You know, it does affect their development. It does, you know, they feel that separation anxiety. And later on in their life, it does affect them in school, depression and substance abuse. And I use this 3 realms of ACEs because, you know, I use this. I got this from the website, and it's like there's a household, there's 3 realms, which is the household, the community, and the environment. You know, there's parents' mental illness or alcoholism for the household, domestic violence, but for the community, like lack of jobs, poor water and air quality, all this is part of the ACE environment. When we deal with natural disaster, it can bring trauma in our lives, flooding. But there is hope. They're doing studies on positive. When we have positive things in our life, it makes things better. It helps the children grow in a healthy way and have a resilient life. It builds that relationship with family, with other people, but in the community. The environment, when you have a safe place to go, you know, where you can say whatever you want to share on your heart and not be judged about it. Engagement, a sense of belonging. Remember in the first part I said that we felt like we belong in the community? And the emotional growth. When I was a little girl, I had to go to the hospital about 5 or 6 years old. And before that, everything just revolved around little Roxanne. I just knew I was loved, no ifs or buts. But I went away to the hospital on an emergency, and I was gone for a month, 2 months, I don't know, seemed like forever. But when I went back to the village, and I found out I used this word later on, I felt disconnected from my family and disconnected from my community. I didn't feel like I belonged. So, always try to make someone feel like they belong. It's very important. Resilience, which means recover from or adjust to misfortune or change. As you notice, I have a picture. This is a picture of old Minto. In the boat, we used to make, one said, my grandpa used to make boats, and the men used to make boats in the villages. I go over to Boris Thompson and say, will I get in this kind of boat again? I don't know, all wooden. But, we travel by boat in the summertime. Now, as we go to Minto, we go by road. We had to adjust. Why is resilience important? Being resilient and strong on the inside doesn't mean that you won't still experience difficulty in life. It means that you've learned the behavior, thoughts, skills, and action to help you bounce back. I had to use something to show that we are strong. You see the Superman there? We are resilient. We will carry on. And you as leaders, you are leaders. You need to understand what's being trauma informed. And the key is when you understand that, it brings healing, not only for you, but for others. You have an understanding of what trauma, the impact of trauma on behavior, and you have an understanding, the difference between, how we, and you'll hear in the tone and the voice of, what's wrong with you? Now, we need to say, what happened? Tell me what happened. And that you don't re-traumatize a person or a group of people. And you do have to go do your own personal healing. The path of healing is being aware, realizing this problem needs to be dealt with. You need to recognize that something is not right in your life and cannot be denied anymore. That desire, that truly have that desire to heal, that would be a motivation for you. That's what happened to me. I wanted to change things in my life. I knew there was a pattern in my life. I was unhappy and I had that desire to change. I went out and seek it. Don't wait for someone to rescue you. You need to do it yourself. And if you're lacking that desire, there's a reason why. Ask yourself, what are you avoiding? Accept responsibility. Quit blaming others or the circumstance. Get out of the victim mode. And it's time to look inward, not outward. I had to look at things in my life. I used to play the victim mode. Woe was me. Prince Charming saved me. No Prince Charming has come around yet. Prayer, very important. Prayer has helped me out. I The Lord has really helped me out through this. Yeah, I had to go through a difficult time, but it showed me, it gave me strength. And I always say, you know, through all that chaos and uncertainty, there's a blessing. All what has happened to me before, I will not change anything because I'm stronger. Identify what needs to be healed. Do you have an anger problem? Do you have, do you feared? Do you feel unworthy? Do you feel ignored, unwanted, etc.? Identify. Forgive. Be willing to forgive others and yourself. For me, it was, I found, I thought as a little girl some things were my fault. I had to forgive myself. And when you forgive yourself, I need to tell you this, forgiveness is not emotional. It's an action. I had a friend, her own father abused her sexually. And her father died. And she said, there was just something in me. I just had to go to the grave and said, I forgive you. And she said, wow. She said, I don't know how to explain, but everything just left. It's an action. Resolve. Work and resolve the issue. Work at it. Whatever the issue is, you need to work at it. It'll feel uncomfortable, but you will get used to it. Gratitude is very important. Give thanks for everything. I learned that. Every day I wake up, thank you for the blue skies. Thank you, I can listen to the radio, even for your bills. Thank you, GVA, so I can watch TV, read the book, cook. Even the things you're facing. Remember that. This is me when I was a little girl, when everything revolved around me, nothing was wrong. But I have a list here. We heal by awareness, forgiveness, ourselves and others. We have to look within, do self-examination, praying, practicing spirituality. And spirituality is not only going to church, but it's going out to the land because we have a connection with it. Going out to camp. Sharing ourselves. Sharing yourself in a healthy way. What you're doing right now is you're sharing yourself being here. I went to therapy, I went to counseling, and I wanted to change so much in my life. I went for 10 years. It helped me to talk things out, it helped me to identify, it helped me to get my feelings out. It's very important. If you're thinking about going to therapy, say, oh, I feel good and I don't need to go. I went. I kept going. Be generous in a healthy way. Taking healthy risks. Do something that is healthy, like if you want to go to the movies by yourself. That will be a healthy risk for me. Do something. I'm going to go out dancing, not at the bar, but if they were having something, do something that is healthy. It's changing your thinking and attitude. Changing that unhealthy behavior. Loving ourselves and others, and also accepting compliments and praise. It's okay to get that. It's not going to give yourself a big head. And if you do, somebody will humble you, believe me. We need to accept that. And I use this because we go in season. But spiritually, it's called, we have that connection. We pray every day. We respect all things. Always try to do your best. Be proud of who you are. Don't hit or yell. Physical, which is movement. It's a body image acceptance, exercise, non-smoker, non-drinker, healthy food, and safe sex. Emotional is like, that's feeling like yourself, control, anger, share problems, healthy relationship, express affection. Mental, which is thinking, learn from the mistakes, think about the future, good decision-making skills, don't give in to peer pressure, like to learn, be open to learning, creativity, and having a vision. One thing that I learned this from one of the leadership, and is something that, with the kids, is that you ever thought about having them do a vision board? Ask, if you do something with the kids in the village, have them, get magazines and cut out the words and say, where do you want to be in 5 years? Could be, I have a vision board. It's important, it gives you that goal. And I put up the Athabascan values. I'm going to get a copy of this one. But I also put these two pictures up there because through most everybody in the interior knows them. They're the ones that help with the values, Chief Peter John and Katie John. They fought because they had the values. They respected, they had knowledge, they had wisdom, they had experience. So remember your Athabascan values and think about it. Look at each word. What do they really mean to you? Remember, hurt people do hurt people. A changed person will not allow someone to treat them badly, but will try to have compassion for someone that is still carrying the unhealed scar and wounds that affect them in the now. When people say something to you that hurts you, they're still hurt. They're not healing. And healed people will heal people. When we are healed, we recognize the hurt and pain. We can encourage. We can be non-judgmental and respect what they have to say. It's all about loving ourselves, and when we love ourselves, we love others. I truly believe that. I have changed that. I didn't like me. I did not like me. But as I'm learning to love me, as I say, I'm learning, I'm still learning. I'm loving others. Wellness is a cultural and traditional lifestyle. It's also a prevention for us. It's approach to living one's life in a good way, looking at the positive, not focus on the negative, but look at the positive, even in this challenging that you're facing. It's about making good choices, growing up to be proud of who you are and your culture. Get to know who you are. I had to know who I am. Years ago, I went to camp with my mom and my auntie, and she said, I noticed that you like to listen to music. And I said, yeah, I do. I said, I do like to listen to music. I found out I love music. You see, I'm getting to know me. Only you can make changes. When you make changes, your attitude change, your environment change, your surrounding change. And I use my mom as an example because that one year she decided she was going to make changes. I have 2 brothers who used to be down 2nd Avenue. We were all drinking, taking drugs. Because of her, it went on to my dad. He stopped drinking, and it went on to us. When it starts with you, others will change because you're changing your attitude. You're not only helping yourself, but you're helping others. How do I rebuild and re-energize resilience? Is building the relationship, engage with others. And this is where in the community you can have a talking circle. Like, with this whole pandemic, we decided to meet in the spring. And we do have a talking circle sometimes. And sometimes when some people stay behind and we talk about what they went through. They talk about boarding school. They talk about how they were raised. Setting goals on what you want to accomplish in your life. You think that you're old, but you can set goals for yourself. And it shows it to the youth that when you set goals and you accomplish them, and they, hey, I can do this. It encouraged them. Be a problem solver. Face your problems. Look at the way you can overcome the challenges in your life. Hang in there. You have the strength to overcome. It will not last long. Develop inner direction, which is mean that, don't give in to peer pressure. If you're in a toxic relationship, get out of it. Foster a sense of humor, which is very important. Use your imagination on both sides in the difficult situation. Stay positive. Recognize your strength and have confidence in yourself. Let your creativity shine. Express yourself and release your feelings through writing, art, music, storytelling, whatever. Manage your feeling. If you feel overwhelmed, talk with somebody that you trust. I found out that when you talk to somebody and you just listen, they figure out the problem themselves. Hold on to spirituality. It could be through prayer, it could be ceremonies, it could be out camping, just walking out to nature. Again, I'm going to give this trauma definition. It's a disorder, psychic or behavioral state resulting from a severe mental or emotional stress or physical injury. It's emotional upset. It's where an agent or a force or a mechanism that caused trauma. What has happened to us. And what can you do? How do I address my trauma? Name it, acknowledge it, and how can you change it? I had to name it, I had to acknowledge what I've been through. How can you address the trauma and change in your community? We had traumas. It's not only natural disaster, but there was some, young girl, some girls that were murdered from our community. It affected us. How to be resilient for me and the family and the community. And how do you support the youth knowing they need that positive support? When the youth grieve, get advice from the elders, and I'm talking to the youth. But I need to let you know, as elders or adults, the youth grieve differently. They show it in a different way. They isolate themselves. Some of them run away from home. They go to alcohol or drugs. This is where it's really important to know, if there is a loss in the family. and let them just talk about what they're going through. But they could be also grieving over a lost relationship. Very important that you support them. Young people have taken their own lives because of that. And when the youth wants to approach the elders, they found out that they're afraid because they're afraid to be judged by them, by the elders. So if they approach you with a question, treat him or her with respect. They want to learn. Talk about the history of our ancestors. Talk about what you've been through and what you had to change in your life. It's giving them hope. And treat the youth or the child like a family member, because there's some children who don't have supportive parents. Like my son, his father died. You know, because of circumstance, they need to be treated like a family member. Watch your tone of voice. Watch your body language. Quit hollering and quit blaming. These are the thoughts that you need to think about. And before I end, I just want to end because of the boarding. You know, it really hits home for us. I just want a moment of silence to think about the 250 children they found, their graves, unmarked graves. And say a prayer because it is affecting the family, and some family are still living today. So I'm just asking for a moment of silence. Thank you. And I just want to say, Annabassi, here's a picture of both my grandmas. Because of them, Grandma Lucy, picture there, and Grandma Rosie. Because of them and their prayers, I'm here today. Their prayers have been answered, and you think about it. Your grandparents have said a prayer over you and your grandchildren, and they will heal. So thank you. Here, if you have any questions, here's my number and extension. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
You're going to be at the discussion tonight, today? Are you going to be at the discussion? You're going to be in over there the afternoon.
Yeah, and I will be assisting with the talking circle and the women's group. Trimble.
Yeah, I remember when you were young, and and I know your parents, Richard, and where's Anna? No, she's out. Oh, okay. I listened to Anna and Richard. Many years I was attending the meeting. At some time I was sleeping while meeting, and they're still talking. But this morning, Roxanne wake me up. And all the things you're talking about is very, very important thing. We all know that. But it's like puzzle. You all know the words, but hard to remember the whole things. So unless sometimes we think we can do better without nobody. That's a helpless person is always think that way. We think we know everything. But we don't know how to put all the puzzles together unless we ask for help, then we can put it together. So I heard that part of it, and then I got kind of hard for me to put it together. That's what I mean yesterday. We gotta have somebody to help us to learn most cultures, very important cultures. Sometimes the problem is self-righteous. And some people think I think I know everything. And most important, that main one is we have to learn from somebody. Things you're talking about it is a culture, it's a life. So yesterday they talk about the land we have. Even though last 20 years ago, I remember when I traveled around, I didn't talk very good English, but I keep telling the people, take care of your land. Mm-hmm. Then later on, a lot of people selling their own land, home allotment. What can I say? So it's already sold. Mm-hmm. But we still got a big chunk of land yet everywhere where we live. We have to protect that land because the young people get kind of lost and they want money more than anything else, and they don't really think about the next generation to come. I'm really kind of worried about next generation to come. And so I don't know how we're going to handle all the young people to teach them. They need to understand. I remember that Chief Peter John and Andrew and David Salmon and very important people in the past talked to us about it, even way before that. Don't give up your land. Mm-hmm. It bothers me right now. I know a lot of them sell their own land. That's a traditional land. Thousands of years our people suffered. Cold weather, starvation, sometimes all kinds of problems they got. But they never did their land for us. And we got very beautiful land everywhere where we live. So this is a rumor, not a funny story. And 2 old men, church bell is ringing Sunday morning, and one of them visit his friend, old man, probably 90 years old. One of them is want to go to church, but the other one is visitor. He said, "No, that old man said, I got to go to church. The church bell is ringing." And then they all got up and he's dressed up. I'm going to want to go to church. And other one said, "My friend, say good words for me in the church." The old man said, "Oh, I don't know. I got all kinds of problems myself." So he didn't go to church. So we got powerful. We are powerful people now because we're a lot of young people educated and work for us. I'm proud of you. So we still got time. we still got a lot of time to go forward together. And 3-4 years ago, 100 years, and we're still heading 100 years for the next generation to come in our history. So keep your cultures alive and work hard to work with your own children. So I try hard every day how to help others. And I'm, like somebody said, I'm retired. I'm retired too long time ago, but I forgot about it. I found out I got more and more and more work to do. So don't worry about your retirement, it just go forward. Thank you very much, Roxanne.
Thank you, Trimble, and I hear you. I hear you. I used to work in Native allotments, and there was some people came in, young people, and they say, my grandma wanted to sell her land. I said, okay, so you went up to a village, and I said, I hear you want to sell your land. And she said, well, if I sell my land, how much money? I said, oh, I gave her an amount. How long it'll last? Well, if you buy a snow boat, all this, it could last, your money could last 3-5 years, depending, 10, whatever you do with it. How long is that land going to be there? And say, forever. I don't know why they want me to sell my land. I'm not going to sell it. Don't sell your land. I worked in native allotments. I seen where grandkids came in and said, I heard my grandpa owned land. And we found out they sold it. It is a connection. It's spirituality for us because that brings life for us. It brings food, it brings medicine. So thank you, Trimble. Bless you. We can talk after this.
It's on YouTube also. It's on YouTube. Anybody can, yeah. This is the first year we've recorded the conference, and anybody can go to YouTube to look at the proceedings of the conference. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. So we just want to thank Roxanne. She's given us a lot of information, kind of leading us into the afternoon session. So Roxanne, we just want to thank you for being here. She always, whenever we call, she's always willing to come over and help us. So, we've talked about this several years now, but I think it's important to keep talking about this.
I love this color. Thank you.
Whoops.
Love it. Thank you.
Thank you, Roxanne.
Thank you.
So they're getting lunch ready right now. Just several announcements before we break for lunch. Again, this afternoon, we'll reconvene at 1:30. And because of the number of participants, we have a number online also. We were going to go to 4 o'clock, but I think after talking with some of our board members, I think we'll go from 1:30 to 3:30 in our group discussions this afternoon. And then we'll reconvene here as one group at 3:30. But the question for the group discussions for men and women, after what you've heard from Roxanne, and keeping in mind our theme for this conference this year about becoming resilient and speaking out on the journey to wellness. And as you heard Roxanne, it really is important to speak out, not keep it within us. But how do we address trauma? How do we heal from it within our own families, our own communities, but especially in ourselves? You may not think, that, I've been traumatized, but then after you think about it, my mother or father did something a certain way, it's because of what they went through, and then it's carried on to you. So, generational trauma is real. How do we heal? And again, this year we're really focusing on men's healing because we're very happy to hear that they are speaking out more on healing from generational trauma. So with that, also, I believe I saw our first chief of our region come in. It's Chief Honey, if you would come forward, please. We're so pleased that you're here at the conference. Please welcome Chief Honey. Thank you. Okay. All right. Yeah, Chief Honey, we welcome you here, and we have a gift for you. If you come forward, please. So it's always an honor that we have our first chief here with us, and we just want to welcome you to Denakkanaaga. We have a gift for you. Thank you so much for being here. We hope you can stay with us and have some lunch. Did you want to say a few words, Chief Honey?
It's always a pleasure for me to come up here and speak to the elders and the youth. I see the future in the youth, and I've seen what the old people did in the past. And I wish I could be a speaker like Trimble. Trimble puts into words just what I think. I can't. I'm not a minister, or a speaker, a public speaker. But I would like to say that it's a pleasure for me to be here, and I wish you continue to have a good meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Margaret, would you come up and bless the food, and then we'll serve lunch? And we'll reconvene. Men will reconvene at 1:30 here, and the women will reconvene at Denakkanaga's office at 1:30. If you'd stand for the blessing of the food.
It's going to be nice and sweet and short. Ekwada tuktanti hat kunzit incha jishit injitra nizitratsi dinche kunzi tenet araha andet ekwada tasakna khwa oli masit khok ekwada. Amen.
Thank you. If I could have the volunteers for the credentials, resolution, and election committees, if you would come see me, please. Thank you.